Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day so far, whatever time it may be where you are. Let's see, we get to start today with this Wisteria puzzle. We'll talk about that in a second. I know that this came highly recommended. Kajito's in chat as well. I was looking at puzzles that have been in the bucket for a long time and saw that there's somehow a Kajito Renban puzzle in the bucket that's been there for about 17 years that I don't understand how I've never done. So I might get to that one later as well. Yes. So what else was I going to say? Oh, for those of you who enjoyed my Pairdoku with ranks, I can let you know that we recorded another Pairdoku yesterday that was a lot of fun and may or may not be more of a disaster than the first one. But, I mean, what's the fun of it if it's not a disaster? So you can look forward to that. But I don't think I have anything else in the way of announcements. If you're interested in the, I did post a puzzle over in the Discord that I haven't published anywhere else. I'm still debating if I want to tweak it or just leave it as a Discord exclusive or whatever. But anyway, if you're interested in a Renban Whisper Zeta E sort of puzzle, there is one posted over on the Discord. A few of you in chat I know have tried it. I'm still debating if I want to like publish it as is or leave it that. I don't know. But anyway, let us dive into the rules of this puzzle. So as always, we start with the puzzle that was voted for by the most members of, or by the most supporters. And so in this case, the supporters who voted for this puzzle were Nordy, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Josh, Russ, Jay, Mathpesto, and David. So thank you to all of you for your support. Very much appreciated. There are, by the way, meetings later today, just as a reminder for those of you who are part of the organization committee for the Sudoku Con. There are meetings later. Karen wanted me to remind you. So if you're doing that, good luck. I hope very much that that this all sort of comes to pass. I think it would be cool. Alrighty, so what do we have here? I probably should get rid of the row column labels just because they clash a little bit with the little killer clues. So what do we have here from Wisteria? So we have normal Sudoku rules. We have quadruples. So what a quadruple means is that the digits in the circle appear in the surrounding cells. So there's a 4 and a 5 somewhere around here. There's a 5 and an 8 somewhere around here. there's a question mark, and a question mark somewhere around here. I studied this carefully. I believe this is only here for symmetry purposes because there's circles everywhere else. And these are little killer clues, so they just give you the sum. So these digits have what amounts to actually quite a large sum. They sum to 30. But then we have an anti-Renban condition. So every 4-length line, they can't form a set of 4 consecutive digits. So they can either repeat, I presume, or just have a gap. So this is a non-Renban, and this is a non-Renban, etc. So all of that is how that works. But we also have a super ultra hyper mega meta Renban, and so all lines combine to form one super ultra hyper mega meta Renban, which can be evenly divided into sets of exactly 4 digits. Now, do these digits appear twice on the super ultra hyper mega meta Renban, or do they only occur once because they're on 2 lines? I guess they have to occur twice because it's lines of length 4. And otherwise they would not. Has Wisteria not been publishing more puzzles lately? Oh, the rules clarify that later. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yep. That is bullet point 3 clarifies that. And welcome, MicroStudy. I remember the first Wisteria puzzle I ever did was a then my words went away. The first Wisteria puzzle I ever did was a battleship hybrid of some sort that I really loved. So I'm going to start with the fact that this digit's not 1 or 5 because those would make this a real Renban. So we get to do 6, 7, 8, 9 here. We're going to attempt calling them Zach wings now instead of Jovi wings, per Jovi's request, and per Zach's request as well, I should specify. So the point here is that for lots of these quadruples, we're going to get some sort of corner marks falling out of them. So there's like a bajillion different digits. So, for example, these 2 quads share 6. Oh, you're right. This could be 2 or 3. Darn it. Well, sorry, 2 or 4. Yeah. I was a lot more excited when I thought it could only be 6, 7, 8, or 9, but J40 is completely correct. Right. It would also not be a valid Renban if this was a 2 or 4, because then the digits would repeat, and that's very sad. But the I have a suggested bet tree, row 5, column 2. Okay, so for example, these 6s, these 2 quads sort of eat up the 2 6s for rows 2 and 3. So the 6 in row 1 is always up here, which means in particular that's not a 6. The same is true of 5s and 8s actually here. So 5 and 8 both need to go in these cells. But I know that is not a 5. Let's see. So we've got 5s and 8s there. We've got 6s. I'm just sort of trying to do this somewhat systematically because there's going to be a bajillion of them. Let's see. I see none out of these pairs. Here I've got 2s at least. So that pushes a 2 up here. Note that can't be a 2 because of this quad. I guess I should go ahead and fill in that I know that this is 2, 5, 6, 8, just because why not? So those aren't 2 because of those aligning 2s. Oh, I missed the double 5s. Yep, there's double 5s. So yeah, so the double 5s here put a 5 over here. Good point from good point. Good point from Micro there. Yeah, I missed that there were 5 sort of lined up. So sadly the bet tree's not a 5. Oh, right. 5 can still go in row 4, column 3, right? Because it doesn't have to be on this side. It could be on that side. Completely correct. 5, let's see. The 8s don't line up. I do have 8s, though, lining up here, which puts an 8 down here. Let's see. Now, question marks might line up, so I might be able to put a question mark up here. Right. The 5s line up here, which knocks 5s out of here, which makes these a 6-8 pair, which makes these a 2-5 pair. Good spot. From Doomdiat, there were also some aligning 5s. Okay, here we've got aligning 6s. So there's a 6 in one of those cells. We've got aligning 8s, so there's an 8 in one of those cells. Oh yeah, 8 in box 7 is now penciled over here. And aligning 5s, actually, right? There's a 5 there, so there's a 5 here. So there's a 5 living this, which makes this an actual 5, 6, 8 triple. Good spot. So this digit's not a 7. So if we pencil this cell, we know it's not a 7. And it's also not a 3 or a 5 or an 8, owing to the box marks in this box. So this can only be, apparently, 4, 6, or 9. I feel like we're making quote-unquote progress. Let's see. 1 circle in row 5, 6. Right. There's a 1 circle here. Good spot. So that lets me corner mark 1 there. Why can't it be 1? Mark told me it couldn't be 1. I shouldn't believe Mark, I suppose. Maybe I just hadn't pencil marked a 1 before. No, I think Mark just saw that the quad was looking down. I think Mark saw the quad. But I think it... Oh, no, it can't be 3 because of that. Yeah, 4, and then can't be 5 because of that. And then I'm just double-checking that it really... I'm just checking that Mark really didn't make any other errors, since Mark is being more ambitious now. 6 is 6 is fine. 7 would be Renban. 8 would break the quad, and 9 is okay. All right. So these aren't exactly a 3-4 pair. It doesn't seem incredibly profound to me, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see. I know there's a 9 living in one of these cells. These cells don't actually have all that many things they can be. They're not 5 or 6 or 8 because of the box, and they're not those things because of the rows. Can I possibly make this as high as a 1? I guess I can. Maybe should I be thinking about this 30 little killer clue? Is these are at most 17, so these need to sum to at least 13, so that means they're at least 4, and neither of them is 4, for what it's worth. And these really could be 8, 9, I think. Oh, I missed some aligning 9s. Right, I missed some aligning 9s. That's smart. Right. So now, because 9's not going here, there's a 9 in one of these, and so therefore the 9 on this quad is over down here, was Ambrose's point. And we can do exactly the same trick with ones to place a 1 over down there. Yes, neither are 5 because pencil marks. Good. And this one's not 8 by pencil marks because there's an 8 pencil marked down there. Agree. Let's see. And so these sum to at most 18. So these need to sum to at least 12, which means that these are always at least 3. But of course, those can't be 5. This one can't be 9. This one can't be 8. This one can't be 3 because that one can't be 9. Let's see. 5 and 8 are looking over. This one can't be 6 because of the quad. Let's see. Are there any other quad omissions that I am lacking? I don't think there are any other quad omissions that I am missing. Hey, random guest, welcome. Glad you can catch one live. I know the schedule is always going to be weird for different people depending on the day and the time. Okay. That's true. X-Wing, Y-Wing, and Z-Wing. There you go. Perfect. Zach approves. Okay. Do I know anything like the 4 is? Yeah, the 4 is in one of these cells. But yeah, nice World of Tanks. Yeah, there are a lot of neat phone versions of Sudoku stuff. I'm trying to decide if I should really think about the Ultra Mega Hyper something Renban. 2 in column 7. That's a good spot. So 2 in column 7 has to live up here. That's certainly true. Let's see. Are there any others? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've already got, right? And 9. Yep, we've got the 9 down there for sure. 3 in box 8 is a good spot. So 3 in box 8 certainly is glared at down there, which then puts a 3-corner mark up here. Agree with that. I wonder if I should be doing more thinking about these little killers. That was the little killer that looked to me like it was possibly going to do something. The other little killers don't necessarily give me that impression right away. These numbers are all at least big. I don't know if it's worth writing in, but they're from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sure. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's going to form 7 sets of consecutive digits. And so we're going to have to be very careful anytime we put a 1 or a 9 into our sets of consecutive, into our ultra mega meta Renban, super ultra hyper mega meta Renban. Because anytime we put a 1 or a 9 in there, it's going to force a whole bunch of other digits. Like every 9 needs an 8, a 7, and a 6, for example. Which isn't intrinsically a problem. It's just a thing to note that we have to be careful about. There's definitely a 1 or a 9 on the super ultra mega hyper Renban, because the 1 and the 9 in this box are both sort of forced into here. Seems okay. Oh, Crispy's noting we already have 4 5s on lines. Yeah, that's a good point. We could count how many 5s there could be. Because yeah, the for example, could there be 7 5s? World of Tanks, if you want to donate, you can use the join button down below, which is very much appreciated to those people who do that. Yeah, every consecutive set has exactly 1 of 1, 5, and 9. As we'll learn in the Zeta puzzle 159 at a later date. So yeah, so there's 7 total 159s on the lines, except that these could count double, remember? Would be interesting if that was relevant, this whole like 159 business. So yeah, so there's and we already have, how many 5s do we already have? Crispy said, was it 5 5s? Got 1, 2, 3. 4. So yeah, so there's so that's 4. So that's 4 5s at least. And yeah, I agree. There's a 1 or a 9 down here. At least there could be both. Oh, do I know that? Right, I do know that. Right, the 5 in this row is always in one of these 2 cells. And so that one counts twice. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, but I can't then count this separately, can I? Actually, no, maybe I can, right? I can actually say that between these, that's 3 5s, right? That's exactly 3 5s. So 3, 4, 5 5s. So that's 5 5s plus a 1 9 down here is 6. So I only get one more 159 on these lines anywhere. If I counted this correctly. Hey, Kathy. I hope you're doing well. I hope the puzzle hunt is fun as well. But if these were a 1-9 pair, we would be completely done with those. Is this the Glum Hippo one, Kathy? Yeah, this is very interesting. Yeah, I wonder if we're supposed to like look at it sort of overall and ask like, for each cell, can this cell be a 1, a 5, or a 9? But yeah, we certainly have I think we might know we get exactly 5 5s if we actually count carefully, because I don't think there's any more places we could put a 5 on a line. Uh, uh, that's a good point. In these columns, almost every digit is on a line, and yet I have to make sure that I don't put 2 1 9s on, or sorry, I have to make sure I don't put 3 1 9s on them. That one can't be a 1 or a 9. In fact, those can't either. So actually, I'm always putting a 1 or a 9 in column 3 on one of the lines. And in this box, I'm always putting a 1 or a 9. So therefore, these two cells have to be a 1 9 pair, is the point. Because if these two cells are not a 1 9 pair, then we've got too many 1s and 9s and 5s. I think that's the point. Do we agree with my calculation? Now, I know which one's the 1 and which one's the 9, but I think those have to be a 1 9 pair, because otherwise we have screwed up our count. So I think that has to be the 1, and I think we get to bring in Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-doo, ba-doo, woo! Ba-doo, ba-doo, wah! Ba-doo, ba-doo, wah! Ba-doo, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So that's a 9. So this is not a 9. Either that or it's the second 9. Take your pick. Okay, and so that means everywhere else, aside from these cells and these cells, I just can't put a 1 or a 9 on a line. So I don't know if that's at all interesting. I guess I can mark that the 1 in this box has to be over there. No, that's not true. Yeah, 1 is on a line in this column somewhere. So this can't be a 9 anymore. That might be the one place where I don't don't do it. But yeah, I know one of these cells is a 1. That's what I know. And that is my last 159 on a line. For whatever that is worth. Row 7 of box 8 is a triple. So we're being encouraged to sort of pencil in all of these digits and note that they're not 2 or 5. And these aren't 8. They're only from 3, 6, 7. And that one's not a 3 because of this business. So these are 4, 6, 7, exactly as foretold by the Selena. So they're 4, 6, 7 triple, making these a 3, 8 pair. Right. I know these aren't 1 now, is Heliopolis's point. So I know that the 1s in row 1 and 2 are up here. So by our classic Z-wing logic, we've got a 1 over here in one of these two cells. I mean, I guess this cell just can't be very many things just by all of the stuff going on in the box, because it can't be 5, 6, or 8, or 4. I guess it's still got a fair number of options, even given that, but and it can't be a 9 either, because there's a 9 pencil marked in the box. So I guess it's only 2, 3, or 7. I don't know. That doesn't sound that interesting. I suppose we can conclude these can't both be 5 because that would put too many 5s into our set of 7 digits. It would give us 8 total 159s. Let's see. So this one's not 1, 2, or 5. It's not 6. It's not 8. And so it's 3, 4, or 7. Ron also claims it would be too many 5s in the row. I think that's true as well. Yeah, so we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, Heliopolis points out. So, and then there's another 2, so that 2 must be part of a 2, 3, 4, 5. And so the 2, 3, 4, 5 is going to require a 3, which we have over here. And importantly, maybe a 4. So we need to smuggle a 4 onto a line somewhere, but unfortunately there's lots of spots to do that. Putting a 2 on this line would then require me get another 3 and another 4. But that doesn't seem like a problem immediately. Both box 6 and 7 do put an 8 on. So I need at least 2 7s. And at least 2 6s. The 6s aren't going to be a problem. The 7s maybe will be a problem, maybe not. See, I know there's a 2 over there. And there's 7 total. Oh, let's see. Crispy has counted that we can never have more than 3 6s. Which is very interesting. Oh, box 2 actually has the third 8. And so if there can't be more than 3 6s, oh, but there could be a fourth 6 because of the double counting. But actually, in terms of 8, there's an 8 there, an 8 there, and an 8 over here. But we could have 4 6s, I believe. We can put 4 8s because we can put a 6 in one of these 2 cells. Because if we put a 6 in one of these 2 cells, it counts twice. So I think we are allowed 4 8s. As long as we have 4 6s. And I think we can have 4 6s because of the double counting thing. But it's a very good thing to sort of keep in mind that we're constrained on the high digits. Can't I double count 8 here and put a 6 over here? Won't that be okay? I think that's fine. Yeah, so I think if this is a double 8, this is a double 6, and then balance is restored to the world. No, right, because one of these is a 5. So, right, so this cell can't be 8, because if it was a double 8, we'd need a double 6 here, and then I couldn't put 5 in the row. Okay, I agree with that. So 8 in row 4 is in one of these two cells because of that, because I can't double that 8 either, which is then going to put an 8 up here on this line. And this 8 being up here on this line is now going to be, let's count our 8s. That's 4 8s. And so by our logic now, we need 4 6s. And again, the only way I'm getting 4 6s is if I double a 6 in one of these cells, right? Let's just double check that that's true. I definitely get at least 1 6 in this column. I get a 6 there, a 6 there. And I can't get a 6 here or here. And I can't get a 6 here. Right. Okay. So yeah. So indeed, I need a 5 6 pair here is what I believe. So that is not a 6. If I did that correctly, these are just a 5 6 pair. To make that work. And that also means we only get 4 7s to go with our 4 8s and our 4 6s. So where are our 4 7s? Right, and this can't be a 6 is a good point, because if this was a 6, I wouldn't get it. Wait, did I count this 6? Maybe I didn't count this 6. 1, 2. I did? Okay. I will trust chat that we did. I don't really want to count them again. So we also need exactly 4 7s. Okay, let's see. Crispy says, so in total, we know we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 6, 7, 8, 9. We know we've got 4 8s. So we've got 3 total 5, 6, 7, 8s. And so that leaves 2 things. And those 2, Crispy says, must be 2, 3, 4, 5 because they don't have 6s on them. Correct. So I'm going to pin that so that I don't have to recalculate this for myself. Oh, right. I said this can't be a 6, but then I didn't actually do it. Oh, my laptop is not plugged in. I will plug it in. It will be much happier that way. Okay. So is it at all fruitful to think about 7s? It's probably not at all fruitful to think about 7s. Maybe making this a 7 rules too many 7s out. Because if this is a 7, I now rule 7 out of all of these cells. Of course, 7's not in any of those. 7's not there. 7's not there or there. So I could have 1, 2. I could only have 2 7s if I make this a 7, right? I think if I make this a 7, I'm capped at 2 total 7s. So I don't think this can possibly be a 7. I will double check that chat agrees with me, but I think I'm right. Yeah, so we have exactly 3 2s. So there's 1 2. 2 2s. We've only got one more 2, but we've got a few options for where the one more 2 goes. Okay, so if this is a 3, okay, so let's look at Jay's point. If this is a 3, then I actually am going to inherit a 2 here, but I've already got my 2 here and my 2 here. But in column 3, there's definitely a 2 on a line. So I guess a different way to say this is I actually know roughly where the 3 2s are because I've got one in column 3, and therefore there's no more 2s on the line outside of these cells that I have highlighted. So those aren't 2s. So by corner mark, that is 2. So that is not 2, and that is not 2. So that's all of our 2s. 3s, we need to have a total of 3 3s as well, right? I think it is 3 3s. There's 1 3 here. There's 1 3 in this column. That's 2 of my 3s. Do I know anything about another 3? Oh, I guess I know there's a 3 over here. Right, okay, there you go. That's all my 3s. So therefore, in column 3, I can't have another 3, and therefore this has to be the 3. Otherwise, I would have too many 3s. We don't want too many 3s. So I guess we now count 4s. We've got 1 4 in this column, 2 4s there, and 3 4s in this column. So we can't have any more 4s either, because we're only supposed to have 3 total 4s. And I've just told you where they are. So therefore, this is a 6. Does that sound correct to the people at home? No 7, no 7s. No 6 here, no 4 here. Okay, so we've got that. And so we know about 5s. 6s, maybe I should think about. So how many total 6s are there? We have 4 total 6s, and I guess we know where they are roughly. 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th is one of these is doubled. Yes, these are now a 3 4 pair. I think that's right. Because this is Constanza's point. I think we need a 3 4 pair here because I can't put any more 4s on Renban. And so and the 3 in this column is not down here. The 3 in this column is over down here. So I think these are a 3 4 pair. Which does give a Zackwing here on 4s, pointing over down here to say that one of these 2 is a 4, and also saying that that's not the 4. Let's see, what are these digits? They're not 5, 6, or 8. They're not 9. So these are 3, 4, or 7. Is a good question to ask if I know anything about this 3, 4, 7. So I know I get a 4 in this column and a 3 in this column. I probably don't really care whether they're up here or down there. So that's probably fine all around. Yeah, that's probably okay. So 7-wise, I guess these are the cells that could be 7. Uh, but the point is that actually is only ever going to let me have 4 of them, because this column is going to need one, and this column is going to need one, and then this row is going to need one. So that means these are 5, 7, 8 exactly, and that one's not 7. So these are a 5, 7, 8 triple. That's not a 7 anymore. And so these digits are not that many things in total, because they're not 3 or 4. They're not 5, 7, or 8. So these are only from 1, 2, 6, 9. Oh, this can't be a 5. I removed 5 from this at the very beginning, but then I put it back by accident when I was re-updating my pencil marks. I added a pencil mark here by accident, but Heliopolis is correct about that. So these are indeed 5, 7, 8. Hey, Amy, how are you doing? So these are, again, not 5, 7, or 8. So they're 1, 4, 6, or 9. These over there, though, can't be 9 or 4. So these are a 1, 6 pair. So these are not 1 or 6. These are a 4, 9 pair, which means that one of these is 6, which means that these aren't 6. Yeah, okay. So we've got that at least. That has pushed 4 into one of these cells, for whatever it's worth. Yep, that got us a Zackwing on 4s, as Selena said. Let's see. Yeah, so we got the 3 and the 4 down here. Stuff with 2s up there. Oh, this can't be a 4 anymore, because the only way this was a 4 is if this was a 9. Right? No. No, sorry. This only works if... Sorry. This can only be a 4 in the following ridiculous circumstance. If this is a 4, this is an 8, and these are both 9s, but that's also a 9. So this can't be 4 by weird little killer nonsense. Because in order to make this a 4, I have to make both of those 9s. So this is actually the 9. So we've got that at least. So now these 3 add up to 21. If this one was 6, I would need these to add to 15. They could just be a 7, 8 pair. That would be fine. Okay, never mind. I don't think this is as interesting as I had fantasized about. Let's see. Right. That's cute. Because of corner marks, Doomed Yacht's point is if this is a 6, these two are a 4, 5 pair, which would make this a true Renban, which it can't be. So this is not a 6, it's a 5, and that's the 6. The anti-Renban rule has not really carried any weight in the puzzle so far, but that is a very cute spot. I wonder if we're going to get a lot more of that as sort of the puzzle wraps up. Oh, let's see. This random guess says this can't be a 9 for other little killer reasons. Right. If this was a 9, these two would total 18. I'd need these to total to 12, but they're too big. So this must be a 6. And so now these two do need to sum to 15, so they are a 7-8 pair. And so this cell now can't be 7 or 8 by magic, because it sees a 7-8 pair. Uh, 5 on the box, 4, 5 quad. Right. So now, now this quad doesn't get its 5 from over there. It gets its 5 from over here, which now makes that an 8 and that a 7 and that a 5, which is very handy. So these are 5, 9. So these aren't 5 or 9. These are 6, 8. That 6, 8 resolves the 8 down here. That is not 9 anymore because of the 5, 9. Yeah, let's look at these cells now. So that's not a 3 because of that. And it's not a 1 because of the pencil mark. It's not a 3 because of that. It's not a 1 because of the pencil mark. So this is just naked 9, which makes that a 9. Makes these not a 9. So we've got that. Anti-Renban here means that one of these is of necessity a 7, chat is pointing out. And the fact that one of these is a 7 tells me that this digit is not a 5, 8, or 7. It is a 3 or 4 only. All seems fine. Let's see. Oh, right. It can't be 4, 5, 6, 7 either. I don't know why I didn't see that. It also can't be 4, 5, 6, 7. So it needs a 3 as well. So right. So these need to be a 3, 7 pair exactly. There we go. Now that rule is doing its work. So that's a 4. It's pretty hard for anti-Renban on length 4 lines to do anything until way late in the puzzle, so it's not surprising that it does something now. So this is a 4. Yeah, it is like 3, 7 on a Whisper. Although wait until you see me try and do Dutch Whispers in the upcoming video. Spoiler, it does not go well. Let's see. What are these? Stuff is the answer. These aren't 5, at least. The 20 little killer, right. So these need to sum to 8. And so this can't be a 2 is Ron's point. So this has to be 5 and 3, making that a 2. Let's see. Okay, and so these need to add to 21, which is going to be awfully hard if there's a 1 involved, since these two sum to a maximum of 11. So that could be 1 if that's 9, but this can't be 1 because that would have to be 9, is Amy's point. So if this is 1, I think it has to be 4, 7, 1, 9 exactly, for whatever that is worth. I think if we poke that hard enough, something might happen. 6 in column 3. Right. 6 can't join the 4 is Jaleb's point, because if 6 joins the 4, it's that anti-Renban 4, 5, 6, 7 that we've had issues with before. So the 6 in the column goes down here, but not in the row with a 6, 8 pair. So the 6 goes there. Heliopolis says we now know the question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, almost, but how do we know which digit? How do we know which digits they included? It could be any three of these, right? So I think we know it down to 4 options. Let's see. Okay, so these are not 8 for sure. They're not 5 either. Yeah, why didn't they put a 4th question mark? It would have been an asterisk quad. What about a ... quad? Would you like a ... quad? I think this is just here for symmetry. The rules don't mention it at all, so that leads me to believe it's there for symmetry. It would have given away how many digits were in those cells. That's always an issue. I wonder if someone's done an S cell quad puzzle. I'm not necessarily saying I want to do an S cell quad puzzle. I'm just saying that it might allow for some cute nonsense. Okay, let's see. I'm told that this can only be 7 or 8. Because yep. So if I just mark this cell, I get 1, 2, 7, 8, but there's a 1, 2, 5 over here, so there's no 1, 2, which makes these a 7, 8 puzzle. Or sorry, makes these a 7, 8 puzzle. What on earth am I saying? Words. Makes these a 7, 8 pair, which lets me pencil mark the rest of these and rule 7 and 8 out of them. So these are some digits that don't include 7 or 8. So yeah, so that's a 1 or a 2. Yeah, those are various things. Here, S cell numbered rooms. I feel you need both S cells and that cogito variant where you can repeat digits in a row and column, so that you could have a numbered rooms clue that says both the 4th and the 6th cell are 3s. The cogito is going to now tell me that they've set 3 puzzles with this rule set, given that I think they like numbered rooms. There's a 4 quad in box 3. I agree with that. So that looks down, and none of those are 4, which now makes that the 4. I'm told that the little killer, this little killer. Oh yeah, this little killer is now insane. Yes. Thank you, Der Zollander. I don't think I dropped any syllables there. So these are at most 4. So I need these two to sum to at least 17. And so that means that 8 and 9 is the only way I'm going to get to at least 17, and these have to be double 2. That's a 3, that's a 1, a 5, a 7, a 1, an 8, and a 5, and a 9, and a 6, and an 8. 1 over here. This is a 2 and a 7 and a 1, a 6 and a 1. That appears to be the 8 for the row. That appears to be the 8 for this box. Let's see if Mark knows what these digits are. Mark does not know what these digits are. Let's see. I had this one that had a 7, 8 pair, so that has to be a 7 now, because remember, these two needed to add to 15. I realized I did that in an incredibly convoluted way when I could have just said I'd filled out an I wing in the rest of the column. But what can you do? So there we go. So 5, 9, 8, 2, 9. So we've got all of that going on now. So now all of our little killers are done, I believe. All all of our killers are done. All of our Renban are done. And then we've just got to fill in some more digits. 762 1 2 5 6 1 7 5 1 5 and a 3. Nice puzzle, Wisteria. Very nice. The fact that this ultimately ended up being about sort of counting 159s is interesting. As we shall see, and as we continue through sort of my my past catalog, I have a puzzle that I called 159 that is just a Renban puzzle about counting 159. So we'll eventually get there, but it's a cute idea that I have not seen done too often. So this is very interesting. Lots of quad stuff. Yeah, I liked the anti-Renban stuff sort of appearing here at the end. There was lots of cool sort of setups for anti-Renban niceties. Alrighty. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll be back, and we'll do a Cogito puzzle. So be back in just a moment. Right, welcome back. Next up, we have this puzzle, Smallhat by the Cogito, which somehow is a Renban puzzle that has been in the bucket, which somehow inexplicably neither Tristan nor I has done, despite the great Renban wars of 016. So let us have a look at the rules here. Unless it turns out that Tristan and I have both done it or something like that, which is always possible. So let's see the rules here. So this is a J. Dyer deconstruction. So that means we have to decide where the boxes go. So for example, this this could be one of the boxes. We have to put 9 total boxes within the grid. So we have those. Each region. So the boxes always contain the digits 1 through 9, and you can't repeat the digits 1 through 9 in a row or column. Yes, I do get to avoid the proof I don't like, so I do appreciate that. Also, cells that don't contain digits are just empty, and so they just don't contain anything at all. So pink lines are Renban, so they contain a string of non-repeating digits that are consecutive in any order. Yeah, and cells that are that don't contain digits just don't contribute to the Renban. So it could be, for example, that the only digits on here are 1, 2, and 3, and every other cell on it is empty. Never mind that the particular arrangement that I put is not actually possible. Circled cells indicate the number of cells from their respective region that particular Renban passes through. For example, if row 3, column 3 was a 6, then this region would need to cover that Renban entirely, because it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example. Any given Renban could contain no digits at all, but every circle contains a digit. All sensible. All right, so I guess for each of these, I should ask myself what the maximum number, because it's the number of cells from their region that particular Renban passed through, right? So so I should probably go and write the maximum on each of these. So this is well, this can't possibly be 1. I don't think it can even be 2. So I think this is always 3, 4, 5, or 6. Yeah, this one can't be 1 either, and I think this one's at most 5. So I think this one's 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this one's exactly the same. I think it also is never 1, but it's actually, could it even be 2? Yes, it could be 2. Same with this. This could be 2, 3, 4, 5, but no more than that. This is 2, 3, 4, 5. This is big. In fact, is the entirety of this stuff filled in? Not quite. So this one could be as large as 9. It can't be very small, actually. It could be as small as 4, I think. This one certainly is... it's always at least 2, but it's never larger than 4. This one is also 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is also 2, 3, 4. And this one is also 2, 3, 4. All right. Oh, right. Sorry. In my brain, I was briefly contemplating... oh, the last one could be 1, right? The last one could be 1. Right, because it could do this. In my brain, I convinced myself that I was seeing the same pattern, but yeah, this one can be 1, right? Okay. So I think we have that. So Paul Fly has a smart observation, which is that this can't be anywhere near 9. Because it's on the same Renban as these two. And so the absolute minimum that these two sum to is 5, And so this needs to be the complement of those. So in fact, this just is a 4. And Paul Fly has the first digit of the puzzle. And we can bring out Zach for our 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now that tells us what the region does, actually, exactly. Because if the region goes any direction other than this one, I think it gets more than 4 cells on it. I want to double check that I really believe that, but I think I believe that. Oh no, up and left would also do that, right? My brain keeps wanting to. This is still a 4. My brain keeps wanting to count. Keeps wanting to count this Renban as also counting for reasons that I don't understand. But my brain wants to. Anyway, these are a 2-3 pair. So that 2-3 pair looks at this cell, making this not a 2 or 3 and making this not a 3. So this is only a 1 or a 3. These aren't 4. Ah, so that 2-3 pair makes this actually a 1. I do know what this one looks like. As a 1. It looks like that. Wait, what? What did I do? I missed pencil marked? Oh, no. Oh, I did miss pencil mark. You're right. I removed 4 recreationally. This is 1 or 4. You're completely correct. It is 1 or 4. I meant to remove 2 and 3, and then I removed 2 and 4 instead. But yes, it could still be 4. This one still can't be 3, though. So this is 4, 5, or 6. This one's not 4. So this one definitely doesn't go this way for whatever that is worth. At most, one of these is a 5 because of the same piece of logic that we used to get the main line. This region doesn't go that way. Yes. Okay, so the 4 could go one of 2 ways, but Paul Fly points out once you think about it this way, immediately breaks. Because if the 4 comes this way, these 2 circles need to add to at least 5, but there aren't. Oh, wait, no, there are 4. They'd have to be a 2-3 pair. They could be a 2-3 pair, though, right? There's still enough cells, I think. Oh, that would make a 10-cell Renban. That's a good point. Okay, so yeah, so the problem is it's not that there aren't enough cells. There are enough cells, but again, the minimum would be 2 and 3 plus these 5 cells. That's 10 cells. That's not going to work. Obviously, I saw that at the beginning, and that's why I immediately said the region went this way. We'll believe that. So now this is a 1. Because it can't be 4 anymore. And so now this region does look like this. What? Crispy doesn't believe me. No, I don't think there are. Crispy says there's 2 other options? What are the other options? Yeah, this is not an option. If the claim is that this is an option, this is not an option. And this is not an option either. So yeah, so So we'll put that back, which then does make this a 1 because there aren't 4 cells for it to take, which does make this do this. Uh, uh, and so therefore, this is a 2 or a 3 only. Uh, we've got a bunch of Renban here, a bunch of Renban here. Well, this, whatever it is, it certainly extends down. This, whatever it is, it certainly extends right. Uh, uh, right. Jay Dyer has a smart spot. If this is a 3, I need a 2 on the line, but neither of these cells can be a 2 because of the 2-3 pair in the row and column. So that's always a 2. One of these 2 digits had better be a 4, I think. Yeah, one of these has to be a 4. Actually, they could both be... Oh, no, actually, these could both be 2, I think. Might be okay. No, I don't think that works. Can both of these be 2? If this is a 2, what does it mean? It means, yeah, it means that these are a 1-3 pair. Right. They can't be a 2-3 pair. Sorry, they can't both be 2 because if they're both 2, these are both 3, is what Selena points out. Yep. So they are a 2-3 pair, which means one of these is a 1-3 pair. And one of these is a 4. Actually, they're both, yeah, the whatchamacallit. But yeah, one of them is a 3. So one of these gets taken, and whichever one gets taken, it is a 4. So both of these need a 1 on them, and so the one of the ones is there for sure. The other one is there. For whatever that is worth. Does that mean I should ask about whether 1 can go on this Renban? Maybe not. Yeah, nothing is taking row 9, column 8, people are pointing out, because if green, for example, extends all the way over here, then this digit's a 3, but this digit would also have to be a 3. Either that or that one would have to be a 3, but either of them that's a 3 is a big problem. So the green always extends left. The blue always extends up. Oh, the Renban with a 3 doesn't need to have a 1 on it. That's right. The Renban with a 3 doesn't need to have a 1 on it. The Kajito is correct. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I was noticing that the one that doesn't have, or the one that's not length 3 just can't have a 4. And so then I was thinking, so then the other one needs to have a 4, which is true. But doesn't immediately tell us much. So whatever this is, it definitely grows up, Ron points out. And whatever this is, it definitely grows left. Uh, okay. Yes, we can certainly gray these cells because there's no way those cells are getting taken is true, right? Because the nothing is getting to these cells in any way, shape, or form. Ah, yeah. So if this grows down, then it's not going to be 2 or 3. So this grows up, Selena points out, which is genius. Okay, and likewise, uh, uh, is there a similar statement over down here? Maybe there's not. Uh, oh, and so I know this is gray because all the cells that are on this Renban have to belong to one of these boxes because that's 9 cells total and 9 is the most. So like I know all of these are gray as well, and I know that all of these are gray as well, just because of the way that this line has to work. Uh, and that gray bullies blue, making that the 3, and that the 2, and that the 2, and that the 3. And so if this is a 2, it needs to look like that. Simon's sweater has been completed. This, if purple goes this way, we're just borked. So purple definitely doesn't go this way. Oh, also green goes this way, so I don't even have to ask if purple goes that way. So purple definitely goes this way. Oh, sorry, this is not purple. This is carnival cake. I'm sorry, carnival cake. This is not a 2. This is not a 3. I do know that these are a 1-3 pair. I don't think I know the order. I know that's a 4 because this Renban definitely needs a 4 and it can only go there. Right. If Carnival Cake doesn't go down, it's only getting to 2. Somehow counting to 3 is really complicated. So Carnival Cake has to go down here. There is some border alerting being correctly pointed out, which is that I never did the whole outside border. And so that has resulted in some orange leakage. Blue is also leaking a bit. Okay, there we go. There's probably not a region in this cell. I'm not going to prove it, but I'm just going to go with my gut and say there's probably not. None over here. Oh, this 1-3 pair I'm noticing sees this cell, so that's a 5, which makes that a 2 by Renban. Yeah, the top right is certainly not absorbing any new regions. Can this now only do this? Is there anything else it can do? I feel like I'm about to make a deduction that's wrong again. Yeah, this can't go right at all, because if it goes right... Well, I guess here's the easy way to do this. It's much easier than I'm making it out to be. This can't go right 2, so it has to go left at least 1. And once it's gone left 1, well, now it's not allowed to take either of these 2 cells because it's already got 2, and so therefore Hunter finishes like that. And therefore this isn't a 6 because there aren't 6 cells left, so that's a 4. Also, the 5 is forced because there's only 5 cells that can possibly grab, is being pointed out. I agree. Let's see. This can be Arial blue. We'll do that. Also sometimes known as ocean spray. So I probably know what the 4 region looks like now, don't I? Let's see. Let's go through our palette. Oh, we don't have a red region yet. This can be red. Oh, yeah, we didn't get a human flesh in there. That's unfortunate. Well, I tell you what. We can just get rid of the gray, and we can mark the cells that aren't part of any region with human flesh. That will make everyone happy. So there we go. These two greens are too similar. The Hunter and the Simon sweater. Well, Hunter won't mind if I have his somewhat different looking girlfriend Kelly come in. So I think Kelly is more distinctive from Simon's sweater. Okay. So this let's see, 2 in the light blue region. 2 in the light blue region is finished. Good. This whole bit with human flesh is actually going to ruin me, microstudy. I hope you know. Let's see. So there's 7 total digits on this this Renban. None of which are 9. Yes, both of these see a 2. So these need to be consecutive with 3 and 4 without involving a 2. So these are a 5-6 pair. Very good to chat. Yes, this Renban does not look like it is going to be very useful. I need my Sven built-in 1-cell Renban calculator. But yes, sadly, Sven doesn't have the Renban calculator built yet. Let's see. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these digits are just 6, 7, 8, 9. And of course, that one's not 8 or 9. That one's not 9. Let's see. I'm being told this Renban doesn't... Oh, this Renban doesn't have a 2 on it because of that 2. Right, so there's no 2. So, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? This is a length 6 Renban. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the digits that could be on it, right? No. No. Yeah, 9 could be on it, right? Because it could go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would be 6. But of course, lots of these it cannot be. 5 or 9. 3 or 9. 8 or 9. Not 8, not 5. Okay. But we've got a bunch of digits that have to be on it. And so now there's always an 8 on this Renban is the point. And that 8 goes in one of those 2 cells, both of which see that, which makes that not an 8. That is a genius spot to JLib. So that's a 6, 7 pair in the column. That makes those not a 7, 9 pair. That makes those an 8, 9 pair. So now this Renban has an 8 or a 9 on it, and it's only length 1, 5, 6, 7. It's only length 7. So there's no 1 on it. So neither of these cells is a 1. Uh, uh, Right. This line needs a, this line has 8 digits, not 7, as I had previously claimed, because 2 plus 5 is 7, but that's an 8th digit. So this line needs an 8 regardless, and this 8 conveniently sees all but that cell. So that's an 8, which makes that also an 8, because this Renban needs an 8. So these are... Well, you're no help at all, Mark. Though I was very impressed with your ability earlier to spot that corner marked quad. So I shouldn't complain too much. That's not a 2. Neither of these are 5s. These are 1, 3, and 4. Yeah, Mark should work on the deconstruction puzzles. That's true. Everyone submit deconstructions for Mark to Cracking the Cryptic, and then we'll get him doing it. Hey, Drillier, how are you doing? Let's see. Where is 8 in row 6? Not there. Not there either. So that is an 8. Wow. Yep. Good eye. That 8 sees down there. So that's the only place for 8 in row 6. And row 6 really needs an 8 because there's 9 cells on it, which then makes that a 9, which makes that an 8. Because of the not repeating digits on this Renban. And then these 5 digits are 7. These 5 digits are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That one's not 3 or 4. That one's not 4. That one's not 3. So the 4 is in this box. And if the 4 is in this box, that means this length 3 Renban doesn't have a 2 or a 3 on it. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But that means they always have a 7 on them. And these, therefore, don't include a 7. But this Renban definitely has a 7, which goes there. That's not a 7 either. So these are 3, 4, 5, 6 exactly. So those aren't 5 or 6. So these are 7, 8, 9, and that's a 2. In order to make all of that, make the Renban machine go burr, as they say. Let's see. 2 is now placed here because I need a 2 in this row, and this Renban already has a 2. So that's the 2. Let's see. That's a 2 now because of the 2's there. Let's see. Can pencil mark the row 6 triple. It's not a bad idea ever. So these are not 5 or 6. So they are 1, 7, or 9. Which is not as useful as I'd fantasized about, I'll be honest. Let's see. I totally blame MicroStudy for the fact that I have this human flesh ocean here in this puzzle. Right. There's a 7 on this Renban already, so that's not a 7. So these digits are never 1. Because if these digits were 1, this would be a 9, and I would have a length 8 Renban with a 1 and a 9 on it. So these aren't 1. They are therefore 3, 4. Matt Laffey has shown it a different way. Uh, but same, same idea. Uh, and this really can be 1 or 9, right? I think that. Oh, but that's a 1 for sure because of that 3-4 pair. If I pay close attention / any attention. Uh, 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 people not happy with this color palette for reasons that I can't imagine. I mean, at least Kelly stepped in for Hunter. It helped a little bit. Where is 4 in row 2? Let's see. Yep. 4 in row 2. Very good. 4 in row 2 has to go exactly there, which makes this a 3 or a 5. Oh, 8 in column 9 is placed. Yes, 8 in column 9 is placed. I realized I didn't check this cell, but that cell can't be 8. So therefore, that is the 8 in column 9. So that means that there's a 7 up in one of these two cells. Yes. There's a banding trick here. So this is Jay Dyer's point. So this is 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9. I can toss out 2 of them, which leaves me with 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. But that set already has a 3 in it. And so therefore this can't be a 3. It must be a 5, which makes that a 6 and a 5. Makes that not a 5. Let's see. These are something, something, and something. Not 7 because of that corner mark that I don't know where it came from, but I'm going to believe it. So therefore one of these is 7. So therefore neither of these is 7. So we've got this. No, I'm perfectly okay with using using stuff. That level of stuff I'm happy with. I don't use it unless I have to, but if it's sort of set up, then I'm happy to do it. It's sort of like it's not too deep down the list because I usually sort of start with, well, grab the simplest stuff. And so if like I could use Sudoku to place a 3 and I somehow notice that, then I'll try and do that before I use the extra regions that are created. But I have nothing against the extra regions in J. Dyer deconstructions. I'm more averse to random law of leftovers deductions in like chaos constructions or irregulars. Because there's sort of so many more of those and they're so much less fun to look for. Let's see. 1 in row 2. Yeah, 1 in row 2 is there. Then 3 in row 2. Yeah, then 3 in row 2 is there. Good spotting. So that's not a 1. This is a 7 or a 9. So row 7, column 8, and naked single. Let's see what Mark thinks. This is not a 3. That's a good point. So one of these is a 3. Yeah, where does 1 go in Simon's sweater? 1 in Simon's sweater, Peter points out, only goes there. So this is not a 1. So 5 in column 9. Right, all right. 5 in column 9's not there. It's not there, so it's there. I think this is just a recreational Renban. Uh, so the 7, 9 look up. So there's a 9 corner marked in one of these. Now I have to be careful because if I put a 9 on this Renban, then I have to remember that 9 on a Renban is quite forcing. These seem to be a 7, 9 pair, making that a 1. Making one of these a 1. But it's not that one, because if that's a 1, this Renban breaks horribly. So that's a 1. uh, so that's a 3 and a 1, making that not a 1. Giving me an, I think, useless 3, 9 pair. Kathy not thrilled with the aesthetic choices that have been made. Understandable. I have regrets. 3, 5, 7, 9 left. One of these is the 7, but I don't think it really does anything. Let's see. The last digit's on the long Renban. Let's see. Okay, so we've got a 1, we've got a 2, we've got a 3, we've got a 4. So we need a 5, 6, 7. We've got an 8, and we need a 9. And so this is not 5 or 9. It is 6 or 7. There's no 6s there. So one of these two is a 6, I suppose. Sadly, that looks at this 8 kind of half-heartedly. This is not a 3 because the Renban already has a 3. There's a 6, 7 pair in row 2 now, Michael points out. So that's a 5. So that's not. I'm impressed that Mark was able to see that the Renban couldn't have 2 5s on it. These are 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, right. So there's no 9 once there's a 3 here. Because 3 to 9 would be a length 7 Renban, and let's not be silly. So this cell I can now pencil mark, and I can use the fact that it sees a 6, 7 pair to remove 6 or 7 from it. And I can feel really slick while doing it, even though it does absolutely nothing, because it's still got 3 candidates that are completely random and unseen by anyone. It sees a 9 in the row. That's true. Kelly 3 is over here in one of those 2 cells. Kelly 4. Oh, no. Kelly 3 is not in the cell that has a 3, 4 pair looking at it. And now Kelly has 4s. I was going to say looking into her, but with the human flesh here, I'm a little concerned about that. So I'm going to try and just not use a phrase like that. And we'll just put the 4 here in Kelly. It's also not the best. Was not expecting surgery today. Row 5, column 3. Let's see. What can it be? Supposedly 6, 7, 8, or 9. Well, it can't be 8. It can't be 9. So it's 6 or 7. It can't be 9 because of the 9 corner mark. So that's a 6, 7 pair, which makes that a 9 and that the other one. It would seem that the other one is a 5. So no 9 up there. So that's a 6, 7 pair, which makes that an 8 and that a 9. Let's see. This is a naked single now. It is an 8. Good. So these are therefore a 6, 7 pair, because no 9. That's not a 3 anymore, which makes this a 4-6 pair, which makes that a 3. Which I'm sure is useful in some fashion. Oh, this seems to have become a 7. Probably not very helpfully, but it's true. Let's see. I'm being told to examine the lime 8. So there we go. There's the lime 8. Let's see. I will examine these cells, which are not 6 or 7. So the 6-7 pair. And they're not 9, so those are a 4-5 pair, and that's a 1. That 4-5 pair gives me a Zac wing on 4s, so that places 4 over here. So I'll put a 1 there just to keep track of it. So this is a 6 or a 7. Let's see. So oh no, that's not the only place for 4 in the row. Got it. Okay. Let's see. What about these cells? I should probably pencil mark. Let's see. There's already an 8 in the box. There's already a 7 in the box. There's already a 5 in the box. These aren't 9 by previous work. The long Renban already has a 7. Good spot. So therefore that is a 6, and that's a 7, and that's a 9. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. So that is not a 6 or a 7. It's a 5 or a 9. So those two are a 5-9 pair. This isn't a 9. One of these two is a 2, but I don't think that's interesting. The human flesh Renban is easier to fill with no 9 on it. That's true. So that sort of takes away some of the restrictions that were happening. So that is a 7 and a 6. Which makes that a 7 and a 6, which makes that a 1. Oh, it does have a 1 on it, though. So I think 1-cell Renbans with 1s on them are also pretty restricted. So I think we were lucky. So 6 goes there. We can put all of these down. Those are a 6-7 pair, so this isn't 6 or 7. It's a 5-9. Yes, sorry, there's a 7 here, so that's a 6. Thank you, Matt Laffey, who I believed for the longest time's screen name was Metalfly. But it turns out I read the digits or the letters of it in a very wrong order when I then tried to pronounce it. 5, 4, 5, 9, 3, 4. And so that 5 sorts out that 9, that 3, that 5, that 9, that 3. And I think we're done. I think the lovely human flesh ocean surrounding the islands, just like we drew it up. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a quick break. And we'll be right back. So see you shortly. right, welcome back. We're next up going to do an old puzzle of mine that I have not thought about in, well, basically since I said it. You might recognize if you look at the rules that this puzzle probably inspired the puzzle Hydra. If you're well acquainted with the Zeta lore, this puzzle definitely was sort of like something that eventually became Hydra. So that this was the next one of this. Oh, am I loud? I can de-louden myself a little bit. How's that? Am I? Oh no, it's not me that's loud. It's the music that's loud. Sorry. Sorry, I was the other way around. Okay, so I can. I'm silent. Okay, I can probably mess with it. One moment. Let me put up the Be Right Back screen just so I can mess with it, and we'll see if we can get the music at a better volume. Okay, I think I lowered it a little bit. Next time we go to a Be Right Back break, let me know how it works. Okay, so in this grid, we have 4 snakes. The snakes are 1 cell wide, orthogonally connected regions that don't touch themselves or each other, even diagonally. Okay. Themselves or each other. Wow, crazy. The 4 given ones are the heads of their respective snakes. So we can have a green snake, a pink snake, a yellow snake, and an orange snake, like always. The snakes are each an additional region, meaning the digits don't repeat within a snake. So they're length 9, and they contain the digits 1 through 9 once each. The cells that are not snake are orthogonally connected, and no 2x2 region is entirely without. And no 2x2 is entirely without snake. This puzzle has a lot of rules. Circled cells come in 2 flavors. Yeah, the yellow and orange are probably a little ambitious. Let's make this one blue instead. So a circled cell on a snake indicates that the digit in the cell matches its position on the snake. So the ones are all circled. They all match because they're the first cell. A circle would be a second. A circle would be a 2 if it's the second. Then it'll be a 3, and then a 4, and then a 5, or whatever. So it just matches how far along the snake it is. And a circled cell that's not on a snake indicates the number of adjacent cells, including diagonally adjacent cells, that are snake. Okay, so those are the rules, I believe. I am going to randomly throw a bet tree over here and hope. So I guess the thing I see right away is that this snake is always going to one of these cells, and whichever cell it goes to, it's going to make that cell a 2. And I also see that it's not going to that cell, because if this snake goes to this cell, oh no, maybe that's okay. Maybe the cell can go here. But if it goes here, it also goes here, I guess, is the point. The snake can't go there, though. Because if the snake goes here, then this cell only sees 1 snake, because no snake can come in here because of the snakes don't even touch each other diagonally rule. So that would break. So the snake doesn't go there. And so that's not where the 2 goes. And so does that mean these are always a 2-3 pair? These might always be a 2-3 pair. Because whichever of these the snake goes to... Oh, no, this one so if sorry, I'm not being very coherent about this. No, if this is the way the snake goes, this isn't a 2. This is a big digit. Yeah, row 2 column 2 sadly does not have to be a 3. This digit's always a 2 or a 3 though. For what it's worth. This cell now is definitely not snake. Because the snake doesn't go there. So this is not snake. So this is a snake counting cell. And so this is at most, well, naively at most 5. It's certainly not a 1, but it can't be a 5 because oh, do I know the snake's not doing that? Yes, I know the snake's not doing that, right. It's certainly not 5. It's also certainly not 2, actually. Because if it was 2, I would not be able to put this corner mark 2 here. So I think we can get this down to 3 or 4 pretty quickly. I was seeing if this broke it immediately, but I don't think so. I realize I put the bet tree in a cell that you want. I guess I'm going to have to do a lot of work just to even get a snake anywhere near one of these circles. But I guess every 2x2 has to have snake in it, right? Oh, right. This can't be snake either because of the no touchy diagonal rule, because this would automatically do that. Yeah, because the snakes can't touch. So, so does that mean this cell's always part of the pink snake? I think this cell's always part of the pink snake, because if this is not part of the snake, then that's not snake either. Oh, it could be the 9th cell of a snake, maybe, possibly. Yeah, this is not snake for the same reason. I agree. Yeah, maybe this is the end of a snake. I probably could disprove that, but I don't really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh crap! It could be the end of that snake very plausibly. Although that probably does untoward things to all of these cells that need snakes. I feel like this puzzle is going to be all of how does this thing get a snake? How does this cell get a snake? How does this cell get a snake? But I'm. Oh, it just doesn't work if it goes here now. If green goes here. Oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry. If green goes here, it works annoyingly because it works either way. If green goes here, now this is now this cell's a 2 and this cell's a 3, but this cell's bigger. But if the snake comes here, now it goes there. Oh, the snake always takes this cell, right? Is that the point? Because if the snake comes here, it still ends up here. So actually, I think this snake, regardless of which of those 2 paths it takes, it always ends up taking that segment. Because it either goes here and then is obligated to go here, or it goes here, in which case it's obligated to do that. Oh, right. None snake cells are orthogonally connected, right? So so for a long time, yes, if I had read all of the rules and understood them, none snake cells are connected, so definitely can't do that. And it can't do this without doing that because it would make this and this both 2. So in fact, the snake does that, which gets us a 2 as our first digit. And let us get a digit dance in. Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so now, yes, now this is a 3. This is not snake because no snake can get there. Now both of these are snake, which means they're both part of the pink snake, I believe, because if they're not both part of the pink snake, I don't think I could possibly, yeah, because if they're not part of the pink snake, then something touches something it's not supposed to touch. And so all of that becomes pink snake automatically. All of this becomes unsnakeable because it would touch the snake here. That's unsnakeable as well. And so this is a 4 or 5 only now. Yeah, we've got a very big, very no-touchy sorts of regions going on here. Oh, the fact that this digit's big is interesting, isn't it? What goes wrong? Ah, right. 2 by 2, right? Every 2 by 2 has snake. So Carl is correct. This snake must be taken. I really let this rule set get away from me. Yep. Yes, nice 2 by 2. So that's a 5, which now means the snake now steers into this. And so now I get to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7. Hey, UK's finest. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing one of my old puzzles and making fun of it. That is my current thing, but it's a very old puzzle, so I have forgotten everything about it, including about half of the rules, it would seem. Right. The snake can't come here because that would cut off the connectivity. So there's no snake going there. This is not snake. Ah, right. So the not snake gets out. Don't tempt me, MicroStudy. I might retroactively add it. Yeah, this is originally themed as islands and water, and this was like thought of as like the ones were the capitals and the circles were the distance to the capitals. And they weren't originally going to be snake-shaped either. I don't regret that I did not go with this theming. The 7 in this box is over here, so the 7 in this box is down here, just by sudoku nonsense. Let's see. Yeah, the pink snake is going to need to get a 3. Have look and say circles on the snake. One of these is a 1, actually. Oh, and that can't possibly be a 1, right? I think this has been given since literally the beginning of the puzzle. Because this circle couldn't be a 1 because it's not the start of a snake. Oh, it could see only... Is it possible this circle sees only 1 snake cell? Maybe that's possible. It's maybe possible that it sees only 1 snake cell. Oh, I should turn on row column numbers. That will make this marginally less confusing. Right. This snake only has 2 more bits to go. So, its entire range of existence is that. However, these can't be 5, and that can't be 5 if it's part of the green snake. So Jay Dyer's point is one of these is the green 5, which means there's a 5 down here as well. Smart. Yeah, the observation of this can't be 5 is very helpful. This number is already at least 4. It's at least 4, and it's not 5. So this is 4 or 6. Is that right? I think 4 or 6. I think 6 is okay as well. Yeah, I don't see why I can't have the snake come across here. And then just let this be, 6. Uh, uh, Row 4, column 3 can't be a 5 because there's no place to put a 5 in green if this is a 5. Uh, the green 3, I think, is in only one of these 2 places. I think I believe that. The point is, if this is green, it's a 9. So there's a 3 down here, which actually means these are a 3, 5, 7 triple, I think. Did we do that right? We might have done that right. Which means that's a 1. Good spotting, Daniel, with a 3. Oh, could green 3 be in box 7? Actually, no, because if green makes it into box 7, then green doesn't have a 5. Because green only gets 2 more cells. So I think we're good, Selena. I think. Do that. Right. That's a good point. Yeah, as soon as this is a 1, Constanza points out, I know it's not snake. Because the snakes already have their 1s. They were given to us. Right. Whichever of these is green. Oh, this could be green, though. Heliopolis. This could be the green 9. So this is either green or it's not snake at all. I think are the 2 options that exist in the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just counting to see if there's any way this could be a 7, but I think annoyingly it's possible. 2 in box 4. Yeah, 2 in box 4 only goes in one of these cells. This was an idea I tried to make work for a long time. I don't quite consider this puzzle as having made it work, but the puzzle I made with this, or sort of the puzzle this inspired, I'm really happy with. But the next 2 puzzles I set after this, I set at the same time, because I set a puzzle with a variation on this rule set at the same time I set my anniversary puzzle for Tristan, because I didn't want Tristan to see that I was working on an anniversary puzzle. Yeah, Rabia, this is one of my old puzzles that I barely remember anything about. So usually I've been doing my like 2-year-old puzzles and sort of talking about them, and talking about what I remember. But in this case, what I remember is almost nothing, including like half of the rules. Even though I just read them, I keep forgetting. I can say a little bit more about Hydra and the anniversary puzzle when we get there. So that's really clever. So J40 points out if this is the green 5, then green wiggles this way or this way. Either way that green wiggles, it leaves only 2 spots in this entire box uh, for these 3 cells. Or alternatively, it leaves only 4 cells in the box for this entire for the 5 cells that are here. That doesn't work. So this is definitely not the 5. This is the 5. That's really cool. I'm almost positive I did not ever see that when I was setting this, but who knows? So now this is Nunsneck. And if that's Nunsneck, that's the green 3, because the Sneck needs a 3. And so the point is it has to get out of the box. If it doesn't get out of the box, then I don't have room for all 5 of these digits in this box. And so it has to come here, making that a 9. And now green Sneck is done green Sneck. And we can gray around all of that. This now is a 6. So 7 and 9 in box 1 now go here, Malcor points out. So these are a triple. Oops. These are a triple of... Uh-oh. These are a triple not of those digits. Sorry, Mark doesn't know about all the digits yet. 4, 6, 8. These are a 4, 6, 8 triple. This is now not a 1 anymore. I agree. I need some snake getting to these 2 cells, which is interesting. Actually, I guess, is it possible that this cell is snake and this cell isn't? Maybe it is possible. I don't think all circles are given, Constanza. Yeah, not all possible circles are given. So I don't think I can rule out 4 from here just because there could be a circle and there isn't. The next puzzle does that. Yeah, 200. We're getting really close to 200, Tirganis. Right. Okay, so that's very cool. And yeah, and 3,000 subscribers. We're gonna be able to line up celebrating 3,000 subscribers and 200 streams at the same time. So people can set a puzzle with both a 200 omino and a 3,000 omino. In the hypothetical world where this is not snake, people's point is this has to be snake by the avoided 2x2, and then this has to be snake, but therefore this is an 8, and this is unable to be an 8 by previous Sudokuing. So this is definitely part of a snake. And if it's part of a snake, it's part of the blue snake, right? I don't think there's any way it's not part, or it's part of a different snake than the blue snake. I'm going to go ahead, since this snake is finished, and give it a nice green color. Yeah, you should definitely subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. It is very appreciated. So the point was that this is part of the blue snake because no other snake is close enough. Uh, uh, Let's see. Oh, it could be the tail of orange, right? Okay, so this all I know is that this is definitely snake, which I don't have a fantastic way of marking, but you're correct. I think it could just manage to be orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it could exactly manage to be the tail of orange. Uh, uh, oh, Selena would like the snake cells in rainbow if possible. Uh, right. If this is orange, if this cell was orange, this cell would be orange, and it would be a 7, which would clash with that 7. So this is blue. Uh, uh, but it might be able to do something like that or some such nonsense. Uh, could it do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The problem with that version is that leaves a 2x2 down here. So yeah, orange can't cut off this whole bit because of the no 2x2 rule. See, Jay says in no universe is this a 5. Because yeah, the snake doesn't do that. And this is definitely not the 5th cell of a snake. So agree with that. There's really no way this is the 7th cell of a snake, is there? Oh, could I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Oh, I could. I could do that. I could do a candy cane. Hey, Nicholas. Hope you're doing well. Well, I certainly now know the 1 doesn't go up, right? If the 1 goes up, it's never taking... Sorry, blue. If blue goes up, it's never taking that. So that's certainly now not snake. Likewise, if the blue steps that way. So that's now not snake. And so that's not snake. And so that is snake. Because of the no 2x2 rule. What snake is this? It's got to be pink or orange. Orange going left seems to create an incredibly large problem with filling this whole area. So I don't like the idea of orange going left one bit, if I'm being honest. But this is definitely snake, and it's orange or purple, and it's probably purple. And this is now not snake, because no matter what, this cell would touch that snake. Oh, no, it could. Maybe this is the last cell of a snake? So 2, 3, 4. Okay. So here is my terrible proof that orange can't go left. If orange goes left, I need a pink cell in these 4, 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 and a pink cell in these 4, and that's 5 pink cells. And I don't have 5 more cells left in pink. So that's my proof that orange doesn't go left. Uh, uh, yeah, pink. You could also just say pink would need to get one of these, and pink is not getting there. No matter how much pink might desire to exist in that space. This cell's definitely gray for what it's worth because the one snake's going to take one of those cells. Right. If the one comes this way, Heliopolis points out that is definitely going to leave a 2x2 down here. Oh, that's not gray. What am I talking about? But one of these two has to be blue. Yeah, one of these two has to be blue and one of these two has to be blue, which I think is going to force it to do like that shape might be exactly what it has to do. It might have no choice but to do that. Oh, that does leave a 2x2 in box 7. I can't even visualize what the snake is going to have to do to avoid creating a 2x2 in box 7. Yeah, I don't think this can possibly be a 7 in any universe. Oh, it doesn't have to go all the way down. It can do something like that or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can't do that exact thing. Also, that's 10. But aside from those two issues, that is perfect. Yeah, I can't quite figure out exactly what's going on with all of this as it currently sits. I could, I suppose, mark these cells. That might be helpful, possibly. So these I know aren't 7 or 9. They're from 2, 4, or 8. This is also 2, 4, or 8, just for the record. These I maybe don't know a lot about. Hey, D-Web, I hope you're doing well. Does it have to go down? Yeah, if it doesn't go down, it's going to have to come back, which seems problematic because if blue goes left first, it still has to take this cell later. So if blue goes left first, it's ending here, which if I just sort of extend what that's going to force, it does not work. So blue can't go that way. Blue has to go this way first. But now this is gray, and so now that's blue. And this is a corner because it's not the end of blue. I don't think. There's no way that blue can like make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This could only be the end of blue if blue is 11 cells long, which seems unlikely. So we've got some blue doing that over there. So now this is a 2 or a 3. Oh, this has to be a 3 now because this sees can't be 2 because of the 2 corner marks. So this is now a 3, which means that this is snake. So this is orange. Okay. And this can't be pink because pink is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the furthest pink can get. Pink can't also get there. So therefore, these are orange. For whatever that is worth. If blue goes down here, I think we also have a big problem because if blue goes down, then it's forced to do this and then it's done. But we haven't hit this 2x2 yet. So blue doesn't go down. I think Matt Laffey is saying that. So it goes like that. And it would create a 2x2 in the snake if I did that. So I'm not allowed to do that either. So these are all gray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Aren't I going to have the problem that I had before where I'm going to have to put all 5 digits from this into 4 cells in this box? No. I'm just going to have to put them all in exactly the cells that aren't there. Okay. Right. So if I take this cell now, I take that cell and it would be a 9, but it can't be. So I can't take that cell. So therefore I go down 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is an 8. Excuse me. So now this 2-4 pair looks up and makes that an 8 and makes that a 2 by our previous corner marks. So these are neither 2 nor 8. That's not an 8. These aren't 4 either. And now if this goes left, that would be the 9th cell, so it goes down instead, making that my last circle, making this a 6. Okay, and making these unsnakeable. So that is a 4. I can go ahead and blue in my blue snake. Boo-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Boo-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Boo-boop-boo-doop. Blue! Alrighty. No 4s go over there. Probably Mark knows what these digits are. Mark does seem to know what they are. This seems to be a 3 now. This 9, Nicholas points out wisely, is placed in this box because the digits can't repeat within regions. This 8 is also placed... Sorry, no, not there. Sorry. I was placing a second 8 inside the thing. The blue 3, though, is placed there. That's wise. So there's a 3 up here somewhere. These two cells are a 6-8 pair because 6 and 8 need to appear in row 9. Wait, no. Sorry, 6 and 8 are down here, actually. It is 6 is over here. One of these two is a 3. Let's see. I will mark these cells real quick. So I know they're not actually 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so the Okay. This is 4 or 6. Let's see. If pink takes it, it's a 6. If pink doesn't take it, then it could be can't be a 5. Right. So just by the basis of what this can even be Sudoku logically, well, it's never a 2. If it's pink at all, it's a 6. If it's not pink, then how many pink cells could it possibly see? And the answer is at most 1, 2, let's see, 1, 2, 3, right, not that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, it could see that many. So at most 6. So no being 7, 8, or 9. Well, I should really just say there's only 6 cells available that it could possibly see. So it's at most 6. And so of all of those digits, those are the things it can be. Uh, okay. If this is gray, it makes a forbidden orange L. Let's see. Okay, so if this is gray, then orange does that by force. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cells. This would be a 6. Ah, it isolates the corner. Okay, sorry. This is way more or way less complicated than that. The none snake cells are connected. So if I make this gray, it forces that. That doesn't work. So therefore, this is definitely orange. Uh, uh, if this is gray, my orange has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It would have to be exactly that. I do like the forbidden L nomenclature. Uh, could also try and do like a scythe of that sort. Okay, so this is none snake. How many cells does it see? It can't be that many things, right? Uh, right. This cell just can't be orange. Oh, no, it could be orange if we did that. That would be okay. How many cells does this see, I guess, is a good question. Because it currently sees 3 snake cells, so it's not a 1 or a 2. But it can't actually be a 3. And at most, it's going to see 2, 3, 4, 5. At most, it's going to see 5. So this can only be a 4 or a 5. Uh, so uh, so it needs to see another one at least. Uh, but I don't quite see what to do with that yet. Uh, could this be the end of orange if pink did something like that? No, pink doing that's going to create a 2 by 2 down here, isn't it? Uh, yeah, okay, so that's interesting. So one of these 2 cells at least is snake because of the fact that this can't be 3. This is Carl's point. One of these 2 is snake. That one, so if this is the end of orange, then that one has to be pink. But that doesn't work because if that one is pink, then pink would be forced to look exactly like this, but that isolates a 2 by 2 here. So this is not the end of orange. So orange comes here, makes this untouched. This is also not the end of orange, fun fact. So orange has to have come from there. Is this even the right parity of cell? Odd, even, odd, even, odd, even, odd, even. This is not even the right parity of cell for orange to end in. So if I sort of count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that actually forces orange to go one more. And now orange has to take the taxi cab route, or we're not getting to the right number of cells. So we get all of that done. Can get rid of that. Can get rid of that. We can orange in the border. And so therefore that digit's a 4. And that digit's a 5. Pink does some stuff now. And so this cell now has to be pink. And so actually, if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that actually forces all of pink to do that. So we can encircle pink rein it in, and now do our thing, and then do this thing. It's funny to me that I call this color, the shading color, I always call purple, but the line color I always call pink, but they're clearly the same color. Ron, it can't take the bet tree because this 2x2 needs to be avoided. Or it would, because it would isolate the corner. Whichever you would like. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is now a 7. So no 5 goes there. This is now a 4. So no 4 goes there. Let's see. So 2 and 3 need to go in these cells somewhere. Oh, there's a circle still. This circle is a 2. I was thinking, oh, now we're done all of our circles, so we don't even have to think about it. But sadly, that is not the case. These 2 cells have to be from 1, 2, 3 because they have to go in row 1 somewhere. And the only places they can go are where 1, 2, and 3 are. Oh, and they're not 1 for lots of reasons. So these are a 2, 3 pair because they have to go in row 1 and they're not 1. So those are a 2, 3 pair. So these are the other ones. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These seem to not be 4. These seem to not be 9. These 2 seem to not be 5 for some reason. So those are a 6, 8 pair, which makes that a 5, makes that a 9, and makes that a 4. Inexplicably. So let us... Right, couldn't row 2, column 4 have been the 2? It's not that row 2, column 4 couldn't be a 2. It's that this pair of cells has to go in row 1. And the only places they can go in row 1 because they can't repeat in purple are these 3. Because they also can't repeat in this box. So these 2 cells in row 1 live over here, which means they're from 1, 2, 3. But they're not 1 because they see a 1. Or see the 1 in there. So now orange needs a 3, which is there. Which places this 3 down here. Hooray! Confetti! And now we should do 9 in orange. I am being told we should do 9 in orange. Maybe we should try and do all the 9s. Maybe that was ambitious. Maybe we shouldn't try and do all the 9s. What about 5 in orange? Let's see. So no 5 goes in orange there. No 5 goes in orange there. So 5 in orange goes in one of these 2 cells, and it's not the one that's in a row with a 5. So yeah, so 5 in orange is placed. So orange still needs a 2. 4, 5, a 6. Sorry, a 2, a 6, a 7, and an 8. Apparently. So this is not 2 or 6. This is not 7. This is not 2 or 7. In fact, this is a 6 or 8 just by the column, and it's not a 6. So that's an 8, and that's a 6, and that's a 7. And so that is not a 7. This is not a 7. This is not a 7 or a 6. These are a 2, 8 pair. That is maybe not resolved yet, but that's not a 7. Or a 2. So that's a 5 by my pair logic. So this is a 6. Oops. So that is a 7 and a 5. Looking down. Let's see. These are... that's a 4. By the way, someone asked earlier, the way I fill in the digits is a Chameleon script. So Chameleon wrote a cool little thing that you can add using a plugin called Tamper Monkey. if you're into using that. So that's a 248 triple. So this is the other one. That's the 7. Let's see. We've got some nonsense over here. Oh, weirdly, we had all the odds in this box exactly. Very strange. 7 in this box goes here. In fact, actually, let's just paint this box up. So that is a 1. That is a 9 and a 5 and a 7 and a 1 and a 1 and a 4. Thank you, Nicholas. And a 9 over here. It was a parody puzzle all along. Yes, this is where it's revealed that we were supposed to be odd even coloring the whole time. Let's see. Row 3, column 6 doesn't want to be an 8 because of this. Sven's app does not have a way to set puzzles in it, but what there is there is a J. Dyer script that will convert an F puzzles puzzle to a Sudoku pad puzzle, and there is a Mark Tech fan script that will convert a Penpa puzzle to a Sudoku pad puzzle. Oh, it's not you? You're not the one who made the bookmarklet? Wow, I was completely wrong. I thought it was your bookmarklet that I was using all along. Someone made a bookmarklet. Someone of unknown description made a bookmarklet that does it. But the fun thing is you can actually set in Sudoku pad if you just make a blank grid, and all your setting can be done with a pen tool. So for example, I set buffet entirely in Sudoku pad, just using the pen tool and drawing stuff. But of course, then you have to actually enter it, or in my case, get MicroStudy to enter it in to make an actual F puzzles link to then convert to Sudoku pad. Yeah, there was a there is sort of a like built-in Sudoku pad feature to read an F puzzles puzzle. So that is an existing, or that is a thing that exists. So you can use that as well. 4, 2, 4, 8, 2, 2, 8, 4, 6, 8. MicroStudy made these really gorgeous circles for buffet that I was very happy with. So that is an 8, a 1, a 6, a 5. And our bet tree is a 9. So congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So yeah, I think ultimately this is a neat puzzle, but it has too many things going on. But there's a lot of cool stuff going on, and I think that's well captured by what I did with the puzzle next. But I do like these sort of regions that we ended up with, sort of forced by this. You know, I love a good no 2x2 rule and a connectedness rule, and I use those as often as possible. But I feel like probably this could have done without the snakes can't touch each other diagonally. I feel like that was a little bit restrictive. Actually, I think the rule maybe I could have done without the like every snake touch, or every 2x2 has snake or something. Felt maybe a little overbearing. Then like fit an extra snake in or something. Kathy approves of these colors. Good. I'm glad that I'm glad these are better colors than there's no like human flesh snake or anything. That would be untoward. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and be back. Every 2x2 has snake, but no snake has 2x2. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with another puzzle. See you all in just a moment. Enjoy the music at a more appropriate volume. Welcome back, everyone. I have returned, and I have embiggened the Zeta because we have a Playmaker puzzle with a smaller rule set this time. So this is a German Whisper arrow puzzle by Playmaker called Hidden Plan. Maybe it's hidden because of the whispers. And so the way this works is that we have arrows where the circle gives you the sum of the digits. So you could have 8, 1, and 9. That would be perfectly fine. And whispers where the digits have to be at least 5 apart. So you could go 9, 1, 6. That would be perfectly fine. So we have these. I'm not sure if this is a football formations tribute or not. We'll find out. So I guess first thing to note is that arrows that are long are usually the most interesting ones. So the minimum sum that could possibly go in this circle, and this circle for the same reason, is actually a 6, because I could do 1, 2, 1, 2, and that would make this 6. Now, I know there needs to be a repeated digit along here, but I don't know where it goes yet. And likewise, I know there needs to be a repeated digit along here, but I don't know where it goes yet. All puzzles are football formations tributes on some level. I think that's true. The word "sum" is doing a lot of work there, but I think it's definitionally true. J40 has placed a bet of 10, which seems ambitious. Let's see. This digit and this digit are the same digit. Is it interesting to ask if that's the same digit that repeats? Oh, it's definitely not the digit that repeats. Okay, so I can do a little bit of coloring. This yellow digit, where does it go in this box? Well, the yellow digit... Oh, maybe I'm not going to know this. I thought the yellow digit was going to have to be the bet tree, but it might not. I think I can prove I can't possibly put the yellow digit on this arrow, right? If I put the yellow digit on this arrow, then this arrow is effectively the sum of 3 digits. Oh, it would just work if these were then a 1-2 pair. So this would have to be a 3 with a 1-2 business. And I think that would break the whispers. It would break, but in a way that feels very convoluted to me to prove. So if yellow, if yellow is 3, it will, so yellow is more than 3. I guess, the way to do this is to do it in 2 parts. Yellow can't possibly be 3, because if yellow is 3, then I remove 1, 2, and 3 from this whispers as options, but I can't make a whispers work with only 4 as my only low digit, because I'd have to put the 4 in the middle with 2 9s on the thing. So this is at least 4. And now, if I then try and put a yellow on here, then I'll have a problem that I still have a problem, which is that effectively that means that this sum will be at least equal to 6. 4 plus 2, because if this is a 4, effectively it's the sum of these two. But whatever yellow is, it's the sum of these 2 digits. That yellow being down here makes it so that these 2 digits are really the sum of 3 different digits. So they'd be at least 6. Oh, but then these could still be a 1, 2. So yeah, so the I could, yeah, I might have to go fancier. I might have to think about what this does to the whispers. Uh so if this is a 4, okay, let's just try and disabuse ourselves of the idea that this could be a 4. Cuz if this is a 4, then this is 4 with a 1 3 and a 2 here. And now these sum to a minimum of 9, which does not work. So that's because I'd use up all the lows between the 4, the 1, 3. So this is not a 4. Uh, so now this is at least 5. Uh, now I know there's a 1, 2, 3 here. Uh, uh, there's a 1, 2, 3 on this line, no matter how I do it. So oh, okay. Okay, so yes, so that does it. So this is slightly complicated, but imagine I put yellow here. The point is this: there needs to be a 1 2 3 on this, and if I put yellow on this arrow, I definitely don't have a 1 2 3 on it, and it's because of this reason. If I put yellow here, yellow is the sum of these two. So that really means these three sum to at least 6. They would have to sum to exactly 6 and be a 1 2 3 triple, which would then mean I could not put a 1 2 3 on here. So the yellow, in fact, goes there. So the thing to keep in mind now, though, is that these cells actually have a rather large sum. Which is that yeah, the bet tree the bet tree was really here all along. I don't know what you're talking about. So these cells would normally be able to sum to 10, but they actually can't sum to 10. They have to sum to considerably more than 10 because there needs to be at least a 1 2 or a 3 on this line somewhere. And so if I put a 3 on it, I could do 1 2 4 5, which would mean these sum to a minimum of 12 uh, to do that. Minimum of 12 means these two sum to at least 3. That's not super exciting. Now, I probably can do something by combining these arrows as well, which is to say that these sum to at least 10 plus at least 3. These sum to at least 13. So this digit needs to be at least a 4, which is a ridiculous deduction. To say that. It is true. I should do what was suggested by chat earlier, which is to note that the largest number I can possibly put on one of these arrows is 5, because the other 3 cells always sum to at least 4. So these numbers are always little-ish. Uh, uh, okay, Malcor has a good point. If you put, and I assume what is YouTube is hiding for me is a 5, in row 7, column 6, or row 8, column 6. sorry, it's one of those two. Uh, you can't put 5 in row 9. Right, right. These can't be 5 because if one of these is 5, automatically these are a 1-2 pair. But then there's just no place for 5. So these are never 5. So these are always low. And so remember that there's a 1, 2, 3 on here for sure. So that means in total, I've only got one number out of 1, 2, 3, 4 that could go on here. So one number on this arrow is bigger than 4. And so this sum is at least 6. So that rules 5. That rules 5 out of P, as some members of chat have been calling it. And yes, if these were both low, that would be a very big problem. Because if these are both low, that would mean these are each at least 5. That would make them a minimum of a 5, 6 pair, which is much too big. So this is from 1, 2, 3. And these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And I can probably switch to some mustarding on top of some pastrami and do it this way. So we can sort of start keeping track of what's happening. Now I am noticing that that means I've got all my highs out of these. So these are actually from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. Oh, the mustard is too invisible. Let's make it ketchup instead. Ketchup is much more stark. It's funny because I feel like in real life it's kind of the opposite. That is orange. That is for sure orange. One of these is blue. Because if neither of them is blue, as we've said, it breaks. So that means that this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Paul Fly says the same thing. Oranges with ketchup are a classic. I believe that. Yes. Okay. So yes. So if this, right, I've now got 4 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s in this column. Selena's pointing out, and so that means one of these numbers is at least 6, which actually means that this is a 7, 8, 9. So it's definitely high. And certainly the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is on it. So actually these are also from this. Because if I don't put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this arrow, then it is in fact at least summing to 13, which is probably a problem. So these are definitely orange. These are both orange or both blue. It creates some weird pressures. But right, the low digit on this, I guess, could be a 3. I was thinking it couldn't be 1 or 2, but I think it can be 1 or 2. Or sorry, I was thinking it had to be 1 or 2, but it could just be 3. Because I could do 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6 is making 9, yeah. Oh, 5 in column 6 now is up here, Garion points out, which means these aren't 5, so they're blue. 4 plus 5 equals 9 would create a sextuple out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Martin. Let's mark 5 in box 8. Do I know that 5 doesn't... Oh, right. 5, right. That's the point. 5 on this arrow would have to go with a 4, but it can't. So the 5 in this box definitely goes here, which means that's not a 5, so it's blue. Good spot. I'm being told that this digit appears somewhere in column 4 by Selena. And so the point is that this can be ketchup X. Where does ketchup X go in column 4? Well, it's not one of these. It's not ketchup circle. So that's ketchup X. And so ketchup X we know is in fact not actually that. And so one of these is ketchup X. So one of these two is not 6, is what we have concluded. Let's see. The bet tree has been relocated. It has been there the whole time. Ketchup X is the one that took over leading the X-Men from Professor X. That sounds right. The XO tool is just more pleasant to use than using letters. Because I only need a mouse to do it, and I don't need to like worry about like looking and clicking. Okay, I'm trying to understand this bit about why there can't be a 5 over here. It's slightly complicated. You can't put... Right. Okay, right. So where are 6 and 7 in this column? I guess I think the argument is that one of these has to be 6 or 7, but I don't quite see it yet. Yeah, I guess part of it also is that I use a number pad rather than a keypad, or rather than a keyboard, so I don't have letter buttons. And if I want to use one, I could, but then I have to reach extra far, and that sounds like work. Okay, so if there's a 5 here, there's a 9 here, which makes this at most 8. I don't quite see what's... Oh, so then 4 in column 6. Right. So 4 in column 6 is in one of two places. And so 4 in column 6 is either here or it's here with a 5. But if 4 is up here with a 5, then that's a 9. And so the point is, if I put a 5 here, I actually rule 4 out of both of those in a somewhat complicated fashion. But the point is, I do it by making this not able to be a 9. Got it. Okay, so I can't put a 5 down here, is the point. So those are, in fact, all blue. I agree with that. So now 5 in row 9 is placed. And so I know that this is not two lows. This is a low and a high. So therefore that's always low by the box because I need another one. Just to make that work. Oh, right. Zach. Boop-a-doop. Sorry, Zach fell asleep. Boop-a-doo-doo. Wow. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo. Wow. Boo-doo-ba-doo-boo-boo. Wow. Boo-doo-ba-doo-boo-boo. Wow. Wee-hee. Whoa. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Good luck on your flight, D-Web. I hope you have some puzzles set aside for it. I keep feeling like the fact that there's a repeated digit in here is going to be useful, but it has not so far been useful, I will confess. Yes, hopefully no snakes on the plane. All right, okay, so these genuinely can't be from 1-2 only. Because if these are from 1-2 only, that makes these from 8 or 9, which makes them an 8-9 pair, which makes ketchup 6 or 7. But now I have to make an arrow with a number that's at least 5 and a number that's at least 3 that sums to 6 or 7, which does not work. So it's right that these can't be a 1-2 pair. And so these sum to at least 4. So these sum to at most 5. Yeah, I think that was the slick way to do the deduction with a 9. Let's see. Michael would note that these digits are not 7. That one's also not 5. They're also not 4 or 6. That one's also not 5, even though there's not a 5 in the row already. That is true. Yeah, if there were an 8 here, it would force there to be a 4 over here, which seems suspicious, but not necessarily breaking. It would be complicated, at the very least. Hello, love.
Hey, Zeta. Hey, Sarah and Nicholas.
Let's see. Should I be asking where ketchup and X are in more places? I guess if X goes on this arrow, it's... Oh, sorry, no, X definitely doesn't go on that arrow. Never mind, X goes in one of these places. Right. Because this is not a 1-2 pair, as we just noted, Garian says that means this is not 6. I agree with that assessment. If row 9, column 9 is a 9, the only place for a 4 in column 6 is there. Right, so if this is a 9, there's a 4 here. Which then puts a 4 over there. Okay, got it. Okay, so this being 9 has a really cool consequence. So this being 9 means that this is not 9, which means that I can't put a 4 on this arrow with a 5 anymore. So the 4 goes here. But once there's a 4 here, there's not also a 4 here, because 4 plus 1 plus 4 plus 1 is 10. So now where does 4 go in this row? Well, it can only now go over here, but the 9 is gone, so it can't. So actually, strangely enough, this giant arrow, it's not summing to 9. Which now means that because these can't be a 1-2 pair, these sum to at least 4. There can't be a 4 over here at all. So these are from 1, 2, 3 only. Now, could I do 4, 1, 1, 2? That might work. I don't think so, Dorlier. Uh, 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 okay, so these digits are right. No. Right. Dorlier is right. This can't be a 4 because this would have to be a 5 because I don't have 2 lows here, but it can't be. So there is actually a 4 over here, which makes this a 9. Sorry, that's a 4, not a 1. So that's a 9. So 9 is high. These are both low. That's all the lows for the row. That now that circle can't be a 9, that forces a 4 down here because I can't put a 4 up here anymore. And so now this has got to be 4, 1, 1, 2, summing to 8. Which now means that's not 8 anymore. This is a 2 or 3. This sells orange because this sells green. I just never greened it. This is orange. It's a 6 or a 7. So that's blue. 6 or 7, 2 or 3. This is not 1 or 4. That's 2 or 3. These are a 3, 4 pair. Now, this is 5 with a 2 is the only way this works because of the 1, 4 down here. So this has to be 2, 5 exactly is the only way that this works. Because I know there's a 5 up here. And so this is orange. But circle is 7 now. So that's a 6. 6, 7, 7. Not 7s. Not 7. This one's not 5 either. That one's not 7. This isn't 9 either, actually. Funnily enough. Yes, this has become a 3 because of that 2, 5. So these have become an 8, 9 pair. So that has become a 6. This has become a none 3. These are none 3 as well. So this is a 1, 6 pair now because the only high left in the box is 6. So these are 1 and 6. So none of these are 1. So that is a 2 or a 4. It means there's a 1 over here for whatever that is worth. It is true. This can't be 3 anymore because that would put an 8, 9 pair looking at this 8 or 9. Right. These can't be 5 because the circle stopped being able to be 9. So these are definitely low. These aren't 2. So the minimum sum here is actually 4. So 4 plus 3 is 7. So this can't be 6 anymore. This is only 7 or 8. And these can't be 4 anymore at all because 1, 3 only leaves... room for 4 left as a sum. So these are from 1, 2, 3, actually. This circle is now not 6, 7, or 8. So it's 3, 4, 5, or 9 only, just because of sudoku. Let's see. Yes. If this is a 2, then we can't have a 1, 2, or 3 on the length 3 whispers. And as noted before, you must have a 3 on a length 3 whisper. Sorry, you must have a 1, 2, or 3 on a length 3 whisper. So therefore, no, this is not 2. And we've got that 5 and that 2. Like that. Agree. Yes, these also need a 1. Because if there's not a 1 here, the minimum sum is 5 plus 1, 4, that's 10. Plus 1, 3, that's 9. Still too many, so that's not a 1. So where is 6 in row 1? Gorgeous. Yep. 6 in row 1 can't go on the whispers anymore because the 1's over there. So 6 in row 1 actually goes there. Gorgeous. Means there's a 6 over there, but I don't really want to mark that. Which means there's a 7 in one of these 2 cells, because now the row needs a 7, and it can only go in one of these, which makes that a 2. So that's blue and orange. Good spotting. So these are from 7, 8, 9, of course. That one's not an 8. These aren't 2 anymore. This is the 4 for the row. So this is 1, 3, 1, 3, summing to 8. That has apparently become a 2, a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2. These have become a 4, 5 pair. That digit is the other 8, 9. Oh, and this one is a 9. This other 8, 9 is a 9. So that is an 8. So those are a 7, 9 pair. Oh, the other ketchup X is also 8. And so we can get rid of our ketchup and save the condiments for later. Okay. So this can't be 3 anymore because there's no 2 on it. So I can rule 3 off of it. If this is 4, these are a 1, 3 pair, which annoyingly seems to work. If this is a 5, these are a 1, 4 pair. And if this is a 9... Oh, this isn't a 9 anymore. This isn't a 9 because there's a 7, 9 pair. So this is only 4 or 5. So these digits are both low for sure. And so they're both low. They're from 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not 1 or 2. That one's not 2 or 3. This one better not be a 4, because if it's a 4, then that's a 3, and that sums to 7. So this one's always the 1. So that is an orange and a blue. For sure. That's the 1 for this box, just by sudoku, which fixes the 3 and the 1. I was looking to see if that cell couldn't be 1, 2, or 3, but that's not true. In fact, one of these 2 is a 2 for sure. Uh, Three and 8 in box 3. 3 and 8 in box 3 do indeed go here. That's a good spot just by sudoku. So these are the other ones. I probably should do that by hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So these are just from 4, 5, 6. Right. So if I just mark this, certainly not a 5. So 4, that would be a 9. That looks okay. If this were a 6, that would be a 1. That's not going to work. And if this is a... Actually, this just can't even be a 7, because if this is 7, that would have to be 1 or 2, and it can be neither. Sadly, I think I ruined Selena's beautiful spot by turning it into a trite, or like a less exciting spot, but it still got us there. So this is a 2 or a 4. Sorry, Selena. Yeah, we know we've got a 2 over there. So this is an 8 or a 9 only, because it's next to a 3 or a 4. Right. If this is a 4, wait. Wait, does it? Oh, a 4 here breaks the arrow. No, a 4 here is... No, a 4 here does break the arrow. A 4 here makes this a 3 and a 5, saying that 5 is 3 plus 1. That doesn't work. Good spot to microstudy. 4 here makes this arrow say 5 is 3 plus 1. So this is a 2. Which I was excited about, but then I realized it doesn't do anything. This is now either... oh, this now just is not... Yeah, this is now not low. Because if it was low, it would be a 4, but this can't be a 9. So this is now high. That's high, and this is low. This is 6 or 7 only. So this is 1 or 2 only, but it's not 2, so it's 1. Which resolves the 3 and the 1 up here. So let's see. So there's a 2 up here somewhere. Is that at all interesting? Oh, I'm being told that this is now forced, because it's certainly not a 2, because I can't do double 1. I can't do 4 anymore. So this is 5 or 9. But if this is 5, it's not 5, because the minimum sum of these two cells is 6. So this is now 9. It's because this 1 together with that 1, 2, 3, 4 means that these two sum to at least 6. So that has to be a 9 exactly. So yeah, so one of these two is a 7. Oh, did I do the arrow thing in a more complicated way than was strictly necessary over here? That's probably true. It sounds like me anyway. Well, at least the 8 doesn't go in the bet tree. Okay, so this is at least 4. So therefore, this is at most 5. And it's not 1 or 3. So this is only 2, 4, or 5. Oh, this is not a 9, by the way. It's not an 8 either. So, so this is a 4, 5, 7 triple. So these are not... Oh, so these are a 4, 5, 7 triple. So that's an 8. And that is a 9. So that's a 9 and an 8. That's green, orange, and blue. I think Nordy is pretty bang on with the assessment of me versus Simon solving things. That's not a 4, so that's not a 5. I'm being told that 9 in column 3 should go there. Agree. So there's a 5 in one of these two cells, and ergo this cell sees all the lows and 5, so it is therefore orange. It is not 8 from every possible direction. We have renamed them to Zach Wings now. 9 over here is, yeah, going one of these two cells. Let's see. 2, 7, or 4, 5. Let's see. Should I look at what these cells are? Because maybe if I can get something in one of these cells, maybe it will be useful. Maybe it was not as useful as I hoped. This is a 6. Okay, that's useful. So that's a 7. So that's a 4 and a 5. Okay, good. Thank you, Crispy. So that is green and blue and orange and blue. 7, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3. That's orange. So it's a 7. So it's a 7. That sees all the highs and green, so it's blue. That sees all the highs and green, so it's blue. I've got all the everythings except 5, so that's a 5. That's a 5. That's a 2 and a 4. That's a 5. Let's see. That is high. And these are a low-high pair in some order. That is a naked 7, though, so that's helpful. So that's a 9 and a 7. So this sees every low. Nicholas points out it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is high, and so therefore it's a naked 6. So that is blue. So we can mark in some of the rest of the cells. So that's a 9 and a green and an orange. That's going to be green. That's going to be blue, which is going to make that orange, and that blue, which is going to make that blue. We'll see what color the bet tree is in a moment. 1, 5, 4, 1, 6, 4, 2. And our bet tree works out to be orange, and it is a 6. So congratulations to all the 6 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true, as usual. Alrighty. We've got time for me to stretch for a moment and then do a 6x6 or two. So I'll be back in just a moment with a couple 6x6s. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Let's have a look at this 6x6 by Olima. So we have some Renban floating around, so strings of consecutive digits, which have been a recurring feature today. We have some German whispers. Now, keep in mind, German whispers in a 6x6 only need to differ by at least 3 instead of at least 5, because it's pretty hard to make digits in a 6x6 differ by at least 5. And this little region sum line is an arrow that says that this digit is the sum of those two. So this is at least a 3. Let's see. I kind of want to color this, so I will. I wasn't trying to do green. I was trying to use yellow, and red will do. Hey, Playmaker. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. These two are the same as that one. Oh, so all 3 of these are the same? Yeah, maybe I should start by coloring that one instead. So I had not appreciated that all 3 of these are the same high-lowity. And so therefore these are all the other high-lowity. And one of these has to be the 3 or 4. And it... Oh, it doesn't have to be that one. Anyway, these are all purple as well. There's going to be an Uno movie. No one tells me anything. Let's see. And these two are opposites. Yeah, these two cells I know go here. So they go down here. So I know this is one of each, but that doesn't help me a lot. I've already got 2 purples on this Renban, so I can only get 1 more purple on the Renban. So one of these is therefore purple. It's funny that because of the Renban, this cell can't be 3 or 4, but it never wanted to be 3 or 4 anyway. Yeah, this is certainly not 3 or 4. So one of these is 3 or 4. And whichever of these is 3 or 4, it means that is definitely 1 or 6. So one of these is 3 or 4. Because 3 and 4 are the monogamous digits. So yeah, so that's 1, 6. What do I do with that? Tristan, chat specifically asked me to bump the sound. So I bumped the sound. Although I think that was on the music. I think the music was deemed to be too loud. I'm not quite seeing the 3-1-2 problem here yet. Zeta does sound quiet. I can bump up my audio a bit. How is that? Is that better? Am I less quiet? Let's see. Yeah, 3 only goes with 6. Oh, right. I don't want to bump the knob on the mic too much, because then it'll start clipping. But I can bump it in OBS, and I can bump the mic a little. There's the mic up 1. But yeah, okay, I now see this. So if this is 3, then this is a 1, 2, and I got to put 3 in somewhere in here. And the problem is if I put 3 there, I can put 6 and 6 there. That's totally fine. But the problem is then I need another low for that cell. Otherwise, I have to put the low there. So it's very similar to the Playmaker deduction earlier, actually. Alrighty. So yeah, this is 3 different high-lowities. I know there's at least a low here, but who knows? Right. So if this is a 4, then these are a 1, 3. But the problem is I have to put a 4 over here. And anywhere I put a 4 would require a 1. So this is not a 4 either. Yeah, I guess none of these cells are 3 or 4, is Garian's point. So many of these cells are 3 or 4. Right. So 3 of these highlighted cells are 3 or 4, and Garian spots they can't be these two, because if it were those two, then by magical roping stuff, this would be a 3 or a 4, and it certainly can't be. So in fact, actually, what we could do is we can say that that cell's definitely 3, 4, but we can also say that that cell's definitely 3 or 4, because there is a 3, 4 in one of these two cells, and it goes up here, and so it goes down there, but it doesn't go there. So that's always a 3 or a 4, and that's always a 1 or a 2. Because I can't do 3 plus 3. So we actually get all of that. Oh, and I know that it's the purple 3, 4 over here. It's the purple 3, 4 up here. So that's actually the purple 3, 4 for whatever that is worth. So this cell's not 3 or 4 because it sees both 3, 4s. So this cell is from 1, 2, 5, 6. Yes, please do not forget to like the stream. It is greatly appreciated when you do so. Yeah, this is not 1, 2, 5, or 6. Yeah, these are 1, 2, 5, or 6 for whatever that is worth. Let's see, if this were 2, 5, then I would need these to be the 1, 2, and the 5, 6. Yeah, these are 1, 2, 5, 6 just because of the seeing the whole Renban, and this Renban needs a 3 and a 4. Agree with that from Rangsk. Purple 1, 6 doesn't have to go on the long Renban. The long Renban's only 5 long. Unfortunately. Yeah, we've got the sort of vertical quotes roping. Yeah, the purple one is here. And yeah, the yellow, there's a yellow 3, 4 up here. So there's a yellow 3, 4 in one of these two cells. Is there a good reason why this can't be a yellow 3, 4? So let's see. This cell in column 4 is in one of these two places. I feel like I'm missing something that should be more profound, maybe, possibly, about that. Let's see. Trying to decide if there's something about this coloring that is interesting or problematic if I do it the wrong way or something like that. I do need a yellow 3-4 on this line. And it's got to go in one of those 3 places. It doesn't seem super useful. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Crispy says this can't be 3-4 because if it was, where would it go in column 4? Why couldn't it go there in column 4? Which is a mystery to all of us. Yeah, sadly, I don't think that works. Row 3, column 2 is not 5. Right, if this is 5, these would be a 1-2 pair, which would make that break. So this is never a 5. So that means this is never a 6. Because if yellow is high, that has to be the 5. For what it's worth. Yeah, virtual 5-6 pair is very strange. So all of these are from 1, 2, 3, 4 is J40's claim. So the only way this doesn't appear on the long Renban is if it's a 1. Otherwise, it's needed on the long Renban and it would have to go there. Okay, so Selena says if this is purple, then sorry, if this is 6, then purple is low. Oh, okay. So if this is 6, it makes that a 1, which makes purple low. But this certainly can't be a 3 because that would also have to be a 3. So this is never a 6. That's weird. But good spot, Selena. The 6 here forces these two to have opposite high-lowities, and they have the same high-lowity. So that's a 5. Which finally then resolves thanks to the weird, strange virtual 5-6 pair. Resolves the high-lowity. So actually, yellow is low, as it turns out. So we can make yellow blue and make purple orange. And so this is a 6. This is orange. Uh, what a long, strange virtual 5-6 pair it's been indeed. This is blue. This is 4 or 5. This is 4 because 3 is not. Wait, did I color this for no reason? Or did I actually know? No, I did actually know what color this was, I think. So I think we actually get that. But if I'm wrong, we'll find out, I suppose. Being told this can't be 4. Right, this can't be 4 because it would need a 1 next to it. So this is low, which is finally going to do this high-lowity. Is going to make that blue just by the box. Make that orange just by the box. Make that blue by the column. And that one's a 2. So this is 5 or 6. These are 2 or 3. This is 1 or 2. So that 2 is this 2 by roping. Because this digit, remember this pair of digits in this box goes up there. So that's a 2, which makes that a 1 and that a 2. Makes that a 3 and that a 2. So this orange cell seems to not be 1 or 2. So that's a 4. So I do need a 3 up here. I need a 3 and a 5 because I can't have a 1. So these are 3, 5, which makes this a 1 and this a 6, which makes that a 5 and that a 6 and that a 5 and that a 6. No 2 over there. Oh, that's a 4 if I want to pay better attention. These are a 5, 6 pair, of course. That's not a 1 anymore because 1 would need to go next to a 2, and it can't. So if this is a 4, then that needs to be a 3. If this is a 3, then that needs to be a 4. So actually, this only works with these two being a 3, 4 pair, weirdly, which means that's a 1. Makes that a 3 or a 4. But there's already a 4 on this Renban, so this is a 3. So probably I could have done that deduction in a way less convoluted way than the way I did it. But that's okay. We don't like to go for the simple ways here. So 5, 3. And there's a 1 here on the Renban. Heliopolis points out, and a Renban of length 5 with a 1 does not feature a 6 as one of the cast. So we have that. This seems to need to be a 2 in order to make the Renban do Renban things. So this is orange. And so it is a 5. And these all get sort of filled in. So these are all blue. And these are all orange. And we can fill them in 1, 3, 1, 2, 6, and 4. Very nicely done, Olima. Very, very interesting puzzle. But yeah, this turned out to be a lot more than a little disambiguator as it happened. This was a very toothy region sum line to sort of sort out how everything had to happen in this. But yeah, and good timing. So thank you everyone for hanging out for our puzzles today. We did a bunch of very cool puzzles. I very much appreciated all of them, actually. So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who likes the stream. If you've not yet liked the stream, please do take a second to like the stream. It is greatly appreciated if you do. The little thumbs up means a lot. And thank you to everyone who supports the stream financially. If you want to support the stream financially, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. It keeps the lights on around here, greatly helps us sort of keep streaming and all of those sorts of things. So greatly appreciate if you do that. At higher levels, you can get things like the ability to vote on what puzzle we start with. If you have the ability to vote on what puzzle to start with, by the way, go throw some votes around. Might as well. So thank you, everyone. Uh, thank you to the people who donated every level, but I like to call out by name the people who donated at the top level. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, and Nico. Thank you so much. I will see you all next stream, which will be on Friday. So I will see you then. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.